Hello. Welcome to part 2 of Neva's 24-hour reading sprints. How is everyone doing? What are you all up to? Let me know what you're doing, what you're up to, what you're reading today, or if you're just chilling, I'd love to know what you're doing. No matter what it is, reading or non-reading related. Apologies if there is background noise. It's loud out there. People be doing those Saturday tasks, gardening tasks. So yeah, quite loud out there. So, and the windows are open because it's hot. But hopefully it's not too distracting. If it is, just let me know and I'll close up all the windows and hopefully not heat to death. But it should be okay. But yeah, let us know what you're up to today. Neva will be joining us soon, which is exciting. I think they're just finishing up on her channel. I can see a few more people are joining now, so I wouldn't be surprised if she has just ended. But yeah, let us know what you're up to. I've just come from work today, and I went up to the shops quickly to get myself a toaster and a kettle for our new place because I chucked out our old one because they were gross and barely working. So I got that, and I got like a little, like, what do you call it? Air dryer thing, air rack. What are they called? Airers. People in different parts of the world call them different things. Let me know what you call it. It's an airer to me, but it's like one of those like portable clotheslines. Or I'm trying to think of like the American version of that. I don't know. But yeah, that's what I got. I got this exact same one as we used to have. That one just broke and it lasted us 5 years. So I think that's pretty good. I don't know. With the amount that I use it, it was all right. We have a Neva. Hello. How are you?
I'm here. I'm still awake. So
You're still awake.
We're going.
Doing good. What's the time for you?
It's 10:03 p.m. now.
Getting into that time. Hello, Amy.
Hello.
How are you?
Staying for a little bit before I have to get some sleep in order to be up for my sprint sleep this morning. So
fair enough. Thank you for joining us. I haven't seen you guys in ages. I was just thinking about it before. I literally miss you guys all the time because I'm either asleep or at work or
and
something.
I always try to pop into your sprints like when I see them, but I'm literally going, like, I'm usually like getting ready to go to bed when you start. And so I was like, oh, Brooklyn signed up for this week, this
it's
month.
Always. Hello, Margaret.
Long
yes,
time
I was very excited. Yes, I haven't been able to do them at all. I've been like having hectic weekends, and because it's it's Saturday and Sunday for me. So it's like I'm always doing something, like working or whatever. But this one, I'm okay. So I did work and I did get out on time, so I can be here. Yes. How was your first sprint?
It went well. It went good.
Very good. What are you reading or doing today?
I am going to go back to we're gonna finish it, okay? At some point, but it's a reread, okay? And I'm like annotating it. Like, look at how many tabs I have in this thing.
I would expect no less.
Like, and here's the thing: we've gotten to the point in this book now where like the men are also like, there's a lot of questioning of like sexuality in this book because there is like male stuff happening, and we're like to the point where like the men have done things like not physically with each other but like close enough, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like squealing and kicking my feet at this point.
I love that for you.
I really did a disservice by listening to this on release day as an audiobook. I should not have ever done that. I've learned.
So at least you can re-experience it in like
insane. So when Pucking Strong comes out, I think it comes out in August or September. That's our first like true male romance, and I will just read it physically on first read and every read probably. But I'm having the best time.
I just can't get over how big those books are.
They're so
honestly, this one is bigger than Pucking Wild, but smaller than Pucking Around. Pucking Around is still the biggest one.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion.
542 pages.
Yeah. Okay.
Pucking Wild is like 400 and something, and then Pucking Around is like 700 and something. And actually, we're about to get a bind up where the novella, so where That One Night and Pucking Around is in one volume.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be like 900 pages.
That's like instant broken spine. Oh yeah, dear.
Because I'm contemplating, but it's gonna come out so that it matches these covers.
Yeah, okay.
Right so now we just have the blue cover for Pucking Around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm having the best time. So I'm hoping to finish this before my eyes say, "Hey, dude, no more reading with your eyeballs during this 24 hours," because I've been working on it for a month.
It is a big book, though, so there.
Yeah.
What are you up to, Amy?
I am reading and also listening to Not My Kind of Hero by Pippa Grant, which was recommended by my sister. So it's for Clue. And I have, according to my phone, like an hour and 4 minutes left. So.
Okay. Ooh, close.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Very
and
good.
I'm really loving it.
That's good. Very good. How about you, Margaret? Are you doing some?
I'm doing some crochet. This is my genre blanket from last year. I'm trying to finish it because you probably would not have heard of this, but the craft store that I bought this yarn for, it's their brand yarn, and they're going out of business. Yeah. So I don't even know if Joann's is in an international brand, but at least in the US, they file for bankruptcy. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on. They're closing all of the stores in my area, like all of the ones that are within less than an hour away. So anyways, I'm trying to get as far on this blanket as I was planning on getting before that happens, so I can still get the yarn.
Yeah, definitely.
But I am reading Manslaughter Park by Tirza Price, and I'm about 2/3 of the way through.
So. Lovely. Very good stuff. I'm reading Daydream. I haven't started yet. I've been trying to start this book. I know this is because of you, Neva. You recommended this to me countless times.
I did. Here's the thing. I know people don't like Icebreaker. I get it. I hear your issues. Did you read Icebreaker?
Yeah, I liked Icebreaker and Wildfire.
So here's the thing. Even people that do not like Icebreaker, I tell them just skip the other two because you don't really. The thing with that, like, okay, so like if. Not saying she would, but if Amy was ever like, do you think I would like Daydream? Truthfully, I think everyone that likes romance would like Daydream. Here's why. Because there is a spicy scene in Daydream, but it's very brief and it's not super detailed because, like, I'm pretty sure Hallie is a virgin the entire time. I'm pretty sure. So like there's no pressure for her like to do things, and the way that the relationship in the book happens is very different. Like it's very slow burn. So like I get why people do not like Icebreaker. I understand. I mean, I ate it up. I loved everything about it. But I understand people's like critique of it, and I liked Wildfire the least out of the three. I think because it didn't really focus on any hockey. Like we were just talking
out of camp,
you know?
Yeah.
But Daydream, I gave both Daydream and Icebreaker 6 stars for very different reasons. But if someone asked me like what my favorite in the series is, it's definitely Daydream. It's just so good.
Even the what is it? The dedication for eldest daughters in like I am the eldest. Like I just think that this is me, and like curvy girl rep as well. Like, I just feel like it's going to be.
And she's a bookworm. He's neurodivergent, but like we never are blatantly told like what his neurodivergency is, because like Hannah Grace wants you to be able to see yourself in Henry if you are too neurodivergent. And I don't know. It was just done so well.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited to start it. I've been meaning to start it for ages, and it's purple, so I have to read it this month. I have to. All right, let's get to some comments. We have Jess here, hello, and Chris. We've got Maggie, hello, and Sarah. Sarah's going to be relaxing and maybe starting Bloody Heart by Sophie Lark. Nice. Sarah just finished Allegiant, the last book in the Divergent series, and I was like, text me when you get to the end. Poor thing. Oh, she was shocked.
I went to Walmart the day that thing came out and almost literally took it out of the woman's hands. Spent 3 days reading it, and I have never in my life felt so betrayed by a freaking book.
Yeah.
Veronica Roth and it is on sight.
I remember everyone being so angry. Like, it was just like collective betrayal. Everyone was
like, listen, I respect the reasons you thought you needed to do this. It was still a dumb decision. I am Samuel L. Jackson in that Avengers movie when I'm talking about this. I will never trust that woman again.
Fair. I'm the same. I don't think I've read anything by her since. Like,
I have not. It's not happening. I cannot get over what she did and why she did that.
Yeah. And then also the fact that they did every movie except for the last part, like that annoyed me as well. Like,
what movie are you talking about?
Divergent.
Oh. Yeah. Well, it's because it was so bad. Like, they had gone so off the rails.
Yeah, they really did.
That it was like, nobody cares.
Yeah. It was just like, one more part.
The final book in that series really did kill the momentum that the series had.
Yeah.
It did.
So, and it got a lot of people questioning like the writing part of it that wouldn't have probably otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a great Game of Thrones situation there where it's like, well, suddenly people are questioning whether or not you know what you're doing because you did one thing that was not. I don't want to spoil it for anybody who still thinks they might want to read it, but like, I don't suggest reading it.
Just stop.
I sold that shit so fast.
Didn't the format like kind of tell you it was coming?
You know what? I didn't get that.
You know what, Margaret? Me either. It's fine.
And now I have PTSD from this stupid book. So anytime there's a point of view that is introduced in later books in a series, I am an anxious being the entire time.
And I read it later, so I had an idea that something was going to happen that was going to bother me. So then when I saw then if I had read it the day it came out, I would have been as
I had a writer friend that was like, Margaret, you should have known that when you realized that this happened. And I was like, I
should have but didn't. Thank you.
I've seen this happen before in other series. Yeah. I was stoked to have this happen.
Yeah. And I had to console one of my students bawling her eyes out in class. And I had no idea why. And 5 years later, she's my friend on Facebook. I literally it was more than that because whatever. But she's in college. She's graduated college now. And I read the series, got to the end, and I went, oh.
For me, it felt so anticlimactic, especially to have that happen then. Versus if it had happened a few chapters earlier. I had the same problem with Legend of Vox Machina and certain choices they made in season 3. But if it had happened a few chapters earlier and it had been in pursuit of some a couple of specific things, I don't remember what they were. I feel like I would have liked it a lot. I would not have liked it. There is no world in which I like it. That is a cardinal author sin. That is one of the things that will make me 1-star your book and never read you again. There are 2 authors that have ever gotten away with this in their lives. But sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hijack this, but like I feel like it was so poorly placed in the book because it felt so like it's just like well everything's already over though.
Yeah, it was just like a little bit of an add-on for no reason.
Yeah.
Like, why do you do this?
It's almost like she was like, I should probably add this. And then she went back and completely changed the format.
And like,
it was so out of place.
The reason she did it, like, because I remember reading something that was talking about when it first came out, reading something talking about why she did that. The reason she did it kind of made sense, but I still think it was a terrible idea. I'm like, well, no one wants that though, Veronica. No, it doesn't make for a good
asked
story.
for this, Veronica.
That doesn't make for a good story, Veronica. So I went and I wrote
Veronica
fanfic that never got posted on the internet.
I also just want to say this doesn't have anything to do with Divergent. It actually has to do because Brooklyn said she couldn't get over how big these books are. I will say this: Emily Rath is a short chapter queen. None of her chapters are longer than 5 minutes.
That makes it go quick.
So we get like this same amount of like information, but in really short chapters. So I think that's why it doesn't bother me how big these books are.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I didn't notice that as much because I was listening to it and it just kept going and going.
And I was
reading.
And I will say that I don't really remember half of it. Like it's like I'm reading this book for the first time. Because there's a lot of this book I don't remember from listening to it. And I think that these are books that definitely, because we get more than one POV in every book. So this book has 3 POVs. Pucking Wild had 2, but Pucking Around had 4 POVs.
Yeah, that's true.
By the end. It started with 2 and then we added a 3rd, and then by the end you have a 4th. And I think that if you listen to them that way, it does feel like they drag for forever because it's just constantly like walls of people talking to you. Yeah. And with this, I like reading it physically as I have done. I find that the chapters just go so quick because we're just going from like because each chapter is a different POV most of the time.
Okay. Yeah.
So
yeah, I think that would have made a big difference if I was physically reading it.
But also, I understand if people don't like this book. Honestly, I love the messages of people that say like, "Hey, I read Pucking Around and it was terrible," just as much as I love the people that message me and tell me they loved it. Yeah. No one's actually told me it was terrible. They just said like, "I DNF'd this," or like, "I didn't love it," or like whatever. Like, because usually, actually, all the time when people read these books, I understand why they didn't like it, even though those are usually things that I did like. So.
I feel like I want to know about these series. I just don't know that I want to read it. Yeah. I don't know if these books are for me.
Here's the thing. I don't think they are because of what you don't like spice-wise.
I mean, yeah.
They're too, like, especially Pucking Around is too spicy for you. It would make you feel uncomfortable.
You describing some, I don't know that even it would be like make me feel uncomfortable, but you describing, if I'm remembering correctly what the conversations that we've had about stuff that has happened in that book, I remember you describing it and me going, this would thoroughly take me out of the story. I would not be able to get past the fact that people are into this.
Truthfully, even in this book, they haven't done it in a while. Watch me say that, and then it's going to happen throughout the last third of this book. But for the first third of Pucking Sweet, I will say this: Emily Rath knows how to write her characters because each character is distinctly different. So it's never a thing sometimes with books like this where they're long series and there's so many different and they each have different people, the characters can start feeling like one another. These are all distinctly different characters.
Yeah.
In this book, they use the C word to refer to a female genitalia so much that like in the first part of this book, it really did take me out of the story.
Is she Australian? Sounds like an Australian thing to do.
She's from like
here is the thing
in America. And then the two hockey players are from Canada. Then they say bud all the time. So every time they say it, I just hear like this. Hey, it's okay, bud. That's how I hear it every single time.
I'll be honest, I actually kind of prefer that word to the other version of kitty that people like to use.
Yeah, okay.
To be fair.
Mhm.
I will say, yeah, I agree with you. Also, like there's also some like low key, there's also some like low key like degradation in this, and she consistently refers to their male parts as being pretty, which was a little off-putting also. I was like, there ain't no way, bro.
I will say this. It's the fact that there is spice in the book. I've gotten past the point where that typically bothers me. Sometimes I'll be like, I'm okay, I understand on a mental level why this would be sexy. The connect is not happening here, but okay. We're gonna go with it. But the things that you have described in there, I'm just like that. I don't think that's for me. I think maybe that's that's a bridge too far for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I'm not sure that these would be books that you would enjoy. Because I don't know how you would skip over the pieces that would take you out of the story. I think the stories overarchingly you would enjoy. But I don't know that you would enjoy the
everything else.
Everything else.
Yeah, that might be a no for Margaret.
Because honestly, there's some stuff in here that I also did not enjoy. Okay, like in Pucking Around, there is a whole scene that I did not enjoy. But like, it wasn't enough for me. I mean, it wasn't enough for me to be like, "Ew, I'll never read these again."
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Sorry. I just saw your message, Margaret. Thank you. I was like,
it won't let me post that, but I'm sorry if you don't like what's going on.
I was gonna say I also put something in the private chat for you, Brooklyn, as well.
Yeah.
So,
oh, did you?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I can't see it.
No.
Wait, I just saw what Neva said.
Yeah,
I thought Margaret said it. I don't know
for some
why.
unknown reason. And I understand that these sprints may not be everyone's speed. But what I said is I understand the sprints might not be everyone's speed, but asking and questioning and being pushy like that is very, very rude, and please don't.
And I mean, truly, Margaret, you could have said that. 24 hours.
I don't know why it got flagged, but like we are doing this for you. So
yeah, I will say, and I should like preface 24-hour sprints. 24-hour sprints, while yes, we do read, we do sprint, we do hang out, we are also going for a full 24 hours. So a lot of us use this time also to socialize with friends
and hang out.
We don't always get to see, because like I haven't seen Brooklyn in months.
Yeah.
So sometimes we do. Okay.
And it's totally, if you don't like, you're welcome to run your own sprints if you don't like the way that we're running them. Brooklyn can run. These are Brooklyn sprints. Brooklyn gets to decide the pace.
And honestly,
the whole time, whole 4 hours of talking.
and we do sprint throughout, you know what I'm saying? But there are times where we are not sprinting because it is a live stream. It is a thing. So, I mean, I've always been very open about that with 24-hour sprints, because I just don't feel that I also just don't feel like it's very realistic to assume that we're going to just be reading the entire time.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, definitely. Hello, Glenda. Hope you're well. Hope you're doing well. Are you still reading that book you were reading on my sprints the other day? I forget the name of the book, but I hope if you finished it, I hope you enjoyed it. Hello. Working on Lost in a Book and currently on 291 of 341. Lovely. Hopefully you can make some progress during these ones. Hello, Kristen. How are you? Maggie's finishing breakfast and then continue reading Legendborn. Nice. I'm doing well. Hopefully everyone else is doing well as well. Hope you're doing well, Maggie. Just coming from Neva Sprint. Awesome. Hello, Chrissy. Kelly's here reading Pineapple Street. Awesome. And Chrissy's reading Legends and Lattes at 63%. Awesome. How are you finding it? I have like a love-hate relationship with this book. Like, I like it, but I only gave it 3 stars. I just didn't know what to feel about it. It just wasn't what
I get. And here's the thing is that I feel like when I read it, at the time that I read it, I needed something that was very low stakes and cozy.
Yeah.
So every time that I reread it, I get that same nostalgia.
Yeah.
I understand why some people don't enjoy it, because there's really not a lot that happens.
Yeah.
Right.
In either of those books. Like, they are very much like low stakes D&D side quest kind of, like, we're hanging out in the town kind of vibes. So I do get why people don't love it.
Yeah. Hello, Jessica. Listening to Malice and playing games on my Switch. Nice. Just finished Valor today. Loved it. Long time no see for Kristen. Hi, Jess. Had a nana nap after meandering through Gibbs Farm. Ooh, nice. Didn't know about Pucking Strong. Can't wait. Jess is excited.
Yes, if you have Instagram, if you go on Emily Rath's Instagram, it's Emily Rath Author. She actually has the cover posted for Pucking Strong.
Ooh, okay.
You want to see what it looks like.
That's exciting.
I've already pre-ordered it. I'm so excited.
Of course. Hello, Jamie. Listening to Love Songs of Webb, Du Bois.
W.E. Du Bois. Sorry. I don't know why I just said he's very adamant. Do not call him Du Bois. I'm so sorry.
You like
he is dead, but it is Du Bois.
Du Bois.
I was like, the first part. Yes, let's correct that. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Oh, I was like, it sounds too much like, I don't know, I'm going out with the boys. Like, that's
it is. Du Bois is correct based per him.
Okay.
Because he was like, you're gonna pronounce, this is how you're to pronounce my name. Like, there are actually, I don't remember whether it was a letter or an interview, or what, but he was like, yeah, don't pronounce it. Do not pronounce it the proper way.
The proper way, yeah.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Kristen is working and giving Vanessa a hard time.
I think this is so funny. Like, for anyone who's missed this has to do with Realmathon. And I just think it's so funny that we are already beefing and Realmathon has not even started.
Oh no.
Everyone made me. I'm doing it now, if you didn't know. They've all
joined yet.
Yes,
but
you joined Ravens, right?
No, Stingers.
Stingers. Okay, see too. I'm just over here like with my popcorn and my vanilla Coke. And I'm like, I'm a monarch. So yesterday, Brittany and I did sprints together because she has sprints every Thursday. So every other Thursday, I usually hang out with her and stuff. And we were talking about it, and we're like, well, you guys should join the Monarchs. Like, I've just been over here just chilling. Okay. Yeah. And honestly, I did get recruited to the Monarchs, but also it made sense for where I am in my reading journey, trying to be a romantic-y girly, you know?
Yeah.
Because but then and it was so hard for me to pick anyway. Like, if Brianna hadn't been like, hey, come over here, I would have had to use a spinner wheel. That's what I have to do next year if all these people are still doing Ramathon, because we have Katie, Leandra, and Brianna from Four Positive Books. And I was like, how are you gonna have 3 of my friends on different now I have to, it's like picking a favorite child, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, listen, when we did Amazing the first year, Cal and I were no longer friends for that month. We weren't friends.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we just have to be like enemies for like a whole month. Like, it's very stressful.
Very fun though. Very fun times. Jamie also needs to finish last year's genre blanket someday. It's all right. Progress is progress. Sarah loves Daydream as well. I did know that.
Yeah.
Very excited. Have your latest video on the book Powerless. Nice. I actually still need to watch Sarah and Chrissy's book. We all read Powerless by Lauren Roberts together, and I'm yet to watch their videos, so I will do that at some point today as
And
well.
I have these saved in a special playlist for after I read Powerless, and I'm reading it in March.
Yeah, I'm currently is that hold on, is that the Elsie Silver's Powerless or the Lauren Roberts Powerless?
No,
Lauren Roberts.
Lauren Roberts. I'm currently reading Reckless, and it is
it came up on my Powerless came up on my wheel this month, so
exciting.
Good luck to me, because it's just been sitting on my shelf because I'm scared to read it. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
I remember when you bought that, actually. A year ago.
Because I bought it a year ago because Rainey gave it to me as a Patreon pick, and I'm still going to film it as a Patreon pick because that makes sense. But I bought it. Do I still have it?
Did you start it and then soft DNF?
Yeah, so I had started it at one point in soft DNF day because I was like, I don't care about this book.
Yeah.
And then I went out and bought Powerful, the novella, and then I bought Reckless. And I was like, why are you buying these books when you're not reading them? What the fuck is wrong with you? And then the other day I was at Walmart, and my brother was like, because my brother was there with me, and we went over books, and he was like, don't you need this book? Which was like the next one. And I was like, I can't buy that right now. It's just like with Serpent in the Wings of Night. I owned Serpent in the Wings of Night, 6 Scorched Roses. I paid $26 for that. And then the Star Cursed King. And then I go to Walmart and I see the next one all the time. And I'm like, oh, I should buy this. And I'm like, you haven't even read the 3 that are on the shelf.
Yeah, I've got every book except for the first one in that series. I can't find it in the same covers because they've changed them. And it's really annoying me that I've bought the rest of the series except for the first one, so I can't start it.
Hey, listen, it took me years to find the second Percy Jackson book in the original cover.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how the original hardcover, that was the trick.
Wow.
I cannot tell you how many times I bought that book looking for it, trying to get the correct one. I finally got it. I have a full set. It's one of those are some of the books that go with me when hurricanes come, because I'm not replacing those.
Jess also found Daydream to be the best out of the 3. Well, that's good, because I know that you aren't the biggest romance lover. So that's very good to hear. And Kristen will keep it in mind. Hello, Lily, reading The Surrogate Mother by Frida McFadden. Nice.
I read that before. Like that was published before she took off.
Right?
Oh wow, okay.
I'm taking a break from Frida McFadden because I read The Housemaid's Wedding in one sitting. It was like 86 pages. It was stupid. I gave it 3 stars. It didn't add anything to the story. We could have just had the 3 Housemaid book and it would have been fine. Because she said you can read this between books 2 and 3 because it fills a gap between the 2 books. Or you can read it after book 3. I'm not going to reread this series to read this book. So I picked it up because it's on my KU clean out for the month. And I read it. And I need to let Katie know she's missing absolutely nothing. Like, don't even bother. Like, there was no reason. It added nothing to the story.
Fair.
It's what we do, Kristen.
I assume this is about me.
Probably.
Straight back into it. Nothing even
I'm the definition of that's not fair. I'm an adult. That's entire personality.
Everything's fine.
Sadia bought herself Icebreaker as a Valentine's Day present. Nice, that's lovely. Heather will never forget being spoiled and not reading it. I think this is about Allegiant. And then last year decided to reread the whole series because I just needed to complete that chapter in my life so many years later. Oh, it was my first taste of dystopian literature and loved it at the time. It was such a time. Like,
It
just,
definitely came
It
out, I think,
was.
when I was in like middle school or high school, and I devoured it. Like I like the book still. I just thought they did with the movie.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I still top for me, obviously Hunger Games, but like the Ugly series by Scott Westerfeld.
Oh, I never read that. I always wanted to.
It's
just never
so
got
good.
into it.
I
It was
love
really good.
Uglies. I fell off.
I
I think the third book, then it was just like I just didn't.
series.
The
I
third
So,
book was like
I
I'm
got
not reading this series.
really mad. If you read the third book, you know how it ends. I got really mad at Scott for doing a thing that is very hard for an author to do with me and then going back on it. But then the fourth book fixes everything. And I was like, okay.
Here's the thing. You guys get a little spoiler. Are you ready? Because I'm only mentioning it here. I'm not going to mention it again until the video comes out.
Ooh.
I'm doing a thing where I reread books from like my youth. Okay. Uglies is just one of those series. And Uglies is a series that I'm reading for that.
I love it.
And I'm having the best time. No one has seen where I've read this book because I haven't actually charted it anywhere because you don't need to know my thoughts until it comes out. Honestly, though, like, it's so good. So good.
Hello, Semi. Hello, Bonnie. Margaret, tell us how you really feel.
I have my filter's gone. It's
We love
gone.
that.
I use it up on all of the Republicans in my life.
Oh, you could definitely read it now, Kristen. Like, I think that, especially the first two books, like, they're still going to be enjoyable now. It's not like, yeah, even like at your like different ages in high school or not, I think you'd still really enjoy it. Jamie was not hugely emotionally invested in Divergent, and no one I knew was into them. Don't remember having an issue with the ending. It felt like she could use a second trilogy follow-up. I do remember wanting to know more. Like, I just was like,
the thing that she does at the end, I specifically hate it when authors do that. Like,
yeah.
I like, to the point that my brother has been like, hey, Margaret, I know this is going to really upset you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I famously, like, I don't know if it was this one or something else, where like I literally, my body went into grieving. I couldn't eat for 3 days.
Yeah.
Like, my body does not like it when that specific thing happens in books without me knowing.
Yeah.
My brother's literally been like, Margaret, don't read this until I've seen if they fixed it. Please just don't. I remember the last time I let you do this. Let's not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Better safe than sorry.
I was very emotionally invested, though, Jamie, so that there is that.
Jamie also read Carve the Mark and liked it, though it took a while to get used to the world building. Hello, Jean. How are you? Just enjoying watching people's facial expressions.
We have a lot of them.
With this, we are going to read now.
Uh-huh.
I was waiting for this. And thank you for everyone for like commenting and, you know, being supportive and stuff. We have like a very nice community here and we all know the drill usually. So it would be like, I would think that if I was just interested in reading and I came across like random people just talking, I'd be like, I don't care, really.
Which is fine, but you don't have to call people annoying for chatting.
Yes. Yes. Even if we are being annoying, like, we can be annoying. It's fine. Just annoying.
You can go. This is not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure.
And I always say 24-hour sprints is going to be the most chaotic thing that you see between all of us, because we're all just jumping from one place to the next. We're hanging out, you know, doing the thing. So it's
and some of us are staying up for the majority of 24 hours, so we're going to be a little loopy.
Yeah,
exactly. Good luck to me by the end of this. It's fine.
All right, so I will get up the screen.
Beautiful.
I will do an hour and a half if that's okay with you guys, because I want to have a shower and get out of my work clothes and stuff.
I may drop off at some point during that hour and a half, but we'll
I
see.
might
We'll
as
see.
well.
Okay.
We
That's
will
okay.
see. I'm also
It's
going to
so
play my nightly Baldur's Gate, so I might come in going, so those goblins, guys.
Totally fine. Thank you for joining me, and it was nice to chat.
Yeah, it was nice to
Anyway.
see you.
Yeah. All right. Happy reading, everyone. We will see you in an hour and a half. Hello. How did we all go? How did you go, Neva?
I made it to page 414.
Nice.
We've hit, I mean, I guess it would be considered like a third act breakup, but also like I'm not mad about it because I feel
Yeah.
like it's necessary for the story.
Mm-hmm.
But I did post to my Instagram story that Emily Rath enjoys ripping my heart out and then just like shoving it back in my chest. So
Oh, that's perfect. That's what you want for a book anyway. So
right. I also took a shower and made a coffee.
lovely. I also had a coffee because that was needed. And I only read like, what have I read? 7 pages because I had a shower and all of that. But this Will dude, Dick.
Oh yeah, he's the worst. Okay, so in Icebreaker we had, what was his name? Aaron. The worst. And
Yeah.
is so Brittany and I read Daydream on release day, and we each made a vlog, which is still up on each of our channels. But we made a vlog, and we like did like behind the scenes sprints, and we like discussed like while we read because like me and Brittany, we were excited to read it.
Yeah.
So we read it as like a release day vlog. It wasn't actually on release, but I think it was like within the week or whatever.
Okay.
And I remember Brittany said to me, she was like, Aaron and Will should just ride off into the sunset together. Because they're the worst. And like, I don't remember there being a character like that in Wildfire. There probably is, but like, I don't remember who it was. Like, that person, if there was, they weren't. Like, I know Aurora had like some like abandonment issues.
Yeah.
Like with her dad and stuff, but I don't remember there being like an actual character. There was just kind of her like being used to being like a one night stand, right?
Yeah.
But like Aaron in Icebreaker, a terrible person. And like this poor girl is just, Anastasia is just like defending him to the death. He's her best friend. And then Will, I was like, why do you even exist?
Yeah. I can't believe they were like friends to begin with as well. Like best friends.
But here's the thing is I feel like men, I've seen this happen. Like where like men, like when you're friends with them, they act one way, but then like you see their true colors when you actually date them.
Yeah, that's true. Especially when it comes to like that kind of patience thing of waiting to when she's ready.
Yeah.
When they don't get what they want, then they just turn evil.
Right. And he is like the worst. Like Will was the worst. I was like, why are you even here? Like, please leave. Like, please exit stage right. Like, I know. Ugh.
But I am loving all of the Taylor Swift references. Like, she hasn't had her "You Belong With Me" moment yet. I loved that little quote. That is very cute. Yeah. So I'm excited to continue. But one thing, Harry Styles has a song called "Daydreaming," and I'm sad that it wasn't on the playlist. Like,
yeah. So here's what I am gonna say though about these like hockey romance writers. Is Emily Rath, okay, so Pucking Wild, if you like spice and like you're okay with like a reverse age gap, Pucking Wild, half of the playlist is Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Like Ryan Langley. So Ryan is the main male character and he's like 22, I think. He's the hockey player in the book.
Yeah.
And he is a Swiftie. Like he talked like throughout the whole book, he talks about like his favorite albums, his favorite songs, like all of that. And I've noticed that so many of these hockey romance books are like written by Swifties.
Yeah, they are.
And I'm like, this could not be better.
Very good stuff.
But yeah, I think I do agree with you that it was a missed opportunity. Yeah.
That's okay. I'll forgive her. We had Christina join us. Hello. And Christina has wonderfully linked the playlist if you want to watch from there so you get transported magically because I don't have enough subscribers to transport you magically yet. So
Well,
you're so close.
I'm getting closer. But also for anyone who's in Clue, I wanted to make sure that Rainey was okay with it first, because these are not Clue affiliated at all. I'm doing that differently this year, so they won't be actually like connected to any readathons. It'll just be the same people. Whoever can sign up, but it's like 15 people anyway. I did post the playlist in the Clue Sprints channel, so if people are in Clue and they want to be able to access it easily that way, it is in there, because Rainey said I could post it. So
very nice. Thank you for all the reminders. I need to do so much laundry. I'm just like leaving that for later.
me too. It's just like over here stacked in my
same
bathroom, and I'm like, I'll get to it eventually.
It's a later problem. Oh, thank you, Chris. I know you'd have my back. Like, if I can count on anyone defending me, it's Chris. Like, Chris will come for you. Like, Chris is about to come for my old neighbor because of his blower. So, you know, Chris has got me. Bonnie is reading Station 11, which is taking me forever. Hopefully these sprints can help you get a little bit extra read and make it go quicker, because I hate a book that just drags on. Kristen is very homebound and isolated lately, and these chatty bits are highlights of my week, and I've made some great friends. Yes, I feel like, especially like because of COVID and all of that, like this kind of thing has developed, and it's such a good thing, because I don't really have any friends in real life that want to talk to me about books. They're like, that's weird, don't talk to me about it. So finding like-minded people and just like spending time with them, it doesn't matter if it's over like a screen or whatever, it's still socializing. And yeah, it would be boring if we just sat here and read in front of the camera for hours and hours and hours. We have to chat.
Right. We love to see each other.
Yes. Nobody is being held hostage or having their books held hostage.
And here's the thing, I just want people to know, like, we're not even gonna know if you like mute us or like choose to continue reading. I do that all the time. Like, I don't usually mute people during a chatty bit, because I like to like if I'm listening, you know, just watching in comments, but I will like have my book still open and like continue to read during the chats, because like you're not on camera, so no one's gonna know. So if you want to continue reading, continue. Just pop in when you want to the chat. Literally on Brittany's sprints yesterday, like I had 2 minutes left of my book, like before I finished it when the sprint ended. And so I typed in the private chat and I was like, I have 2 minutes left. And she was just like, we're going to let Neva finish her book, and then she'll come back and let us know what she thought about it, what she's done. And that was Phantom by H.D. Carlton, which I gave 5 stars, which is amazing, because I did not think it would. I did not think H.D. Carlton would be redeemable for me after Haunting Adeline. I DNF'd Haunting Adeline, and then I tried to read, what was that one? Satan's Affair, because I was like, I did like this Sylvie character, so I was like, let me try Satan's Affair. DNF'd it, and that was a novella, so I was like, okay, maybe she's not for me. But then Phantom came out, and so I was like, I'll just try this. But Phantom gave me what I wanted in Haunting Adeline.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure why it took us so long to get there. But
you just had to go through the entire backlist to get there, but it's fine.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and Phantom is like the one that just got published.
Yeah, that's so random. I don't
understand why it took us so long to get there, but H.D. Carlton got there.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm gonna go buy Phantom. I'm gonna be honest, because I do like the cover on that. Because honestly, I love the Haunting and Hunting Adeline covers too, but I just can't justify putting them on my shelves because I didn't like them as books.
Yeah. Did you read Hunting?
No, because I DNF'd Haunting at 69%.
Yeah. I feel like you could just read a recap of Haunting Adeline, like the ending is really important for the second book, but then read that and I think you would really enjoy it because it's
Maybe I'll do that.
more what you wanted out of the other one.
Okay,
And-
maybe I'll do that then. Maybe I'll do
Yeah.
that. Because even if I didn't like Haunting Adeline, I would still buy it so the series is complete, because that's just who I am as a person. Because I do like the covers, but
Yeah.
like I just felt like Zayd became soft, and like I understand like the aesthetic, the whole thing with morally gray or morally black men, where they are like they hate everyone but her. Like I
Yeah.
get that, but I want them to like, if I'm supposed to believe that you are this like ruthless like stalker who's just like breaking into people's houses and just taking what you want, I want to feel that the whole time. And I felt like throughout Haunting Adeline, he just got soft.
Yeah.
And
I don't
I
know
was
if he
like,
was
what is
soft.
happening, bro?
Dude was
Like,
still doing some pretty
I mean,
traumatic.
he was doing crazy things, but like she would like bite back, and he would kind of felt like he would then back up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm just like, okay, but like I understand like she's like fighting back, but that's the whole point. Like we got to see like the push and pull. You know what I'm saying? I just couldn't. I was like, you are such a simp, dude. Like, and that's fine. Like if that's what we're going for. But his character is not supposed to be like cinnamon rolly. And I felt like there were parts where he would fight back and then he would just kind of give in.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are you doing, dude?
I feel like Rena Kent does a really good job at having those morally black characters and keeping to it.
I think I'm gonna reread God of Malice. I only gave it 3 stars, but then I bought like the sprayed edged copy of it because it's really cute. And I want to read the second book, but I don't. It's been like 6 months since I read God of Malice, so I kind of want to revisit the characters. I think I'm gonna reread it because I think on reread it might get a higher rating.
Yeah. Did you listen to it or did you physically read it?
Oh no, I physically read it.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say that might have been why you didn't like it. I don't know.
Yeah,
like I hated it and then I really liked it.
I physically read it for when Nicole and I had a book club.
Yeah.
But I will say that I think with God of Malice, I took too long reading it.
Yeah.
Because I read it and then, but I mean, it took me like a month, I think, to read it. And it's not long enough to take that long.
Yeah.
But I did read That Sick Love by Jesse Hall. And I ended up having to take a break after I read that book. And so it took me so long to get back into God of Malice because just That Sick Love was very triggering for me with like religious trauma.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I knew there was religious trauma, but like this
still put yourself through it.
Yeah, this main male character was like reciting things from the Bible while doing morally black things, and it was very triggering for me. Like I gave it 5 stars. Like it was a great.
I feel like that should be your quote. This was so triggering. I gave it 5 stars.
That's the thing. It's like the more triggering it is, like the higher the rating is going to be probably. And then I read God of Malice, and I felt like Killian wasn't dark enough. But I don't think it's actually because he wasn't dark enough. Because like he's like threatening to let people go over cliffs and shit in like the first chapter.
Yeah.
So I think I just came off of such a traumatic, like a triggering book for me. That God of Malice didn't like, because he's a psychopath.
Yeah, he is a psychopath.
So I'm gonna redo it. I'm gonna reread it so that I can move on with the series because I do want to read that series.
Yeah. Okay, you're just laying on the floor. All right. Owen just comes into the room and lays on the floor. I was moving over for him to sit on the bed, but
Owen.
Owen, say hi. Neva says hi. He's camera shy. He will not come on camera.
I don't need to see his face to say hi.
But yeah, I think you should really give Rena Kent another go because I've gone back now and started from publication order, and like I'm reading about their parents, and I wish I did it in that order to begin with. So
Maybe
I actually would prefer those.
Well, maybe I'll start there then, because I've only read God of Malice.
Yeah, I reckon you do that because
Maybe I'll start there. Maybe I'll start like with her whole backlist.
yeah, so good.
I'll add her to my book journal because I have like special pages in my book journal that are specifically for like your authors, and then you can put all their backlist books.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe I'll do that. Actually, in the next sprint, I might do that because I think I might switch to an audiobook for a little bit. But yeah, I bought God of Malice in the new cover that has like the mask on it. I don't like the men covers. I'm not a man cover kind of person. My exception is The Sinner by Chantal Tessier, and that's because it's not actually a man. It's like a chick on her knees in front of a man's torso, and like with like a chain.
Yeah.
On her throat. You know what I'm saying? So like that's fine. But I got that one from Barnes and Noble, but then the second one, God of Mercy? Fury? I don't know, but it's purple, and I'm gonna get it because I now I want all of them in the sprayed edge covers.
Yeah,
and I'll just read them like they're regular.
The second one was like my favorite. They're all so good. I gave them all 5 stars. Like they're one of my favorite series. Like,
I definitely gave them
very similar. That's the thing. Like nothing really is that different between all of them. So you really have to like accept that. But I couldn't get enough. So good.
Okay, well, I did give the first book like 3 point something. I don't know. It's on my. Let me just look on Instagram for you, and I can tell you exactly what I gave it because I wrote like a mini review for it.
Yeah. I mean, there is a bit of plot in the books, like
there definitely is plot. Yeah. Like it's definitely not like an allspice kind of book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave the first one 3.5 stars.
Yeah, okay.
Because this was at the same time I read this one, and then I read Little Stranger, which I also gave 3.5 stars. And I feel like I think about Little Stranger way too much for it to only be 3.5 stars. Like it's probably honestly like a 4.5.
Yeah, okay.
But I think because like I had read That Sick Love, and then I read both of those books shortly after it.
Yeah.
I was in a dark romance era, but I was traumatized and I hadn't like let myself go through my trauma.
Yeah. I feel like that's the case when you read like a really morally black character and then you read other ones and you're like, this guy is just nothing. Whereas you usually take him a bit more seriously.
Little Stranger was an adopted sibling situation where they were like adopted as children. And my problem was that this book was like 200 and some pages.
Oh.
And they referred to each other as brother and sister over 100 times.
Yeah, right.
And here's the thing, I didn't even mind really that they were like adopted siblings. I didn't even mind that they were adopted as children. I was like, you know what? It's a dark romance. It's taboo. It is what it is. But like, please stop. And they would we'd be in a spicy scene.
No.
And he would say something like we'd be in his head, and he'd be like, "All I can think about is effing my sister," and I'm like, "But why?"
You could have just not said that. Like,
you could have just said like, "All I can think about is effing the girl of my dreams." Like, we would have known who you're talking about. You don't need to keep reiterating to me that she's your sister.
Yeah. Stop. That's the problem when they know it's their sibling like that, and they think of them as like a blood relative.
Like, you think of her as your sister, and yet this is where your mind is.
Oh
no, sir.
Chris is thrilled to see Neva. Never get to see much of her because of the time change, so it's a treat, and it's nice to see Amy and Margaret as well.
I love to see you, Chris. I love to see you. I'm glad. Like, my 24-hour sprints, I'm gonna be honest, I contemplated not doing them in 2025, but then I was like, this is the only way I get to see all my friends. And also I did. It's no longer available. Like I only left it up for 24 hours. But when I was contemplating getting rid of 24-hour sprints, I put up a poll like at the end of last year, asking people on YouTube, like, do you still want this to continue in 2025? And there was only one person out of all the votes that said they didn't want to continue. And so I was like, well,
Yeah.
that's my answer.
Who said no?
It's a fun.
It's you. Please don't make me do this. I need to sleep. This is about Realmathon.
Yeah,
I'm
Realmathon.
sorry. Everyone is mad at me except for Sarah because she's in Stingers.
Listen,
And
girl, I'm not mad at you. I'm just back here with like my popcorn, watching the. It's like Stingers versus Ravens. So
Yeah, it's just so funny. Did a spinner wheel to pick my Realmathon team. Nice.
There were just too many of our friends this time.
Yeah.
So Realmathon is a fantasy it's a fantasy based readathon, but you can read any genre. Now the reason that I say that the monarchs work for me is because of like each team has words or they have things that are in. So like for monarchs, it's political stuff,
like bonus points for
right,
those
bonus points. And I do read political fantasy, but I'm trying to figure out if romantasy is a thing that I enjoy. Because cowboy romance worked for me not even at all, unfortunately. I wanted to be a cowboy romance girly. I wanted to be. But alas. And then I'm trying Fourth Wing again. Can't tell you what I think about it. It's for secrets, but I'm reading it.
Is this related to Brittany reading it at the same time now as well?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But
I should have done that with you guys because I want to give it another chance too. Because I've got so much FOMO.
I mean, you have do you have access to audiobooks?
Yeah, but I wanted to read it physically this time because I think that was my problem. But maybe I'll join you with the other books if you guys continue.
Yeah. So.
But don't say too much. Don't spoil. Maybe just message me.
Message me and you're on Voxer, right?
Yeah, actually, you haven't been using that. Yep, I am.
Okay, I'll make a group chat with me and Brittany on Voxer and we can discuss because you could probably just jump in.
Yeah, I've just invited. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so I'm trying to see because here's the thing: your girl has bought so much fantasy romance in the last 3 months. It's actually embarrassing how much fantasy romance I own when I don't actually know if I like fantasy romance.
Well,
it's because fantasy romance keeps coming out with these sprayed edged first edition.
Yeah, and they're so popular on Book Talk and everything, so it's hard not to get hyped up about it. So I agree. Yes, Covers with Cassidy does run it. Jean is 50% of Into Rule by Jay Crownover. I think this one is Chili Pepper Smut.
One Chili Pepper.
Oh,
so, apparently it was hyped as a
Chili Pepper Smut. That's what I was thinking.
That would be crazy. Absolutely not. That's a disease. But no, one. I think Jean is saying that it's only one chili pepper's worth of spice.
Okay. Well, that's not interesting to me.
That's not interesting. Listen, here's the thing. I need this. I need my my books, my romance. I need it to either be none at all, closed door, or I need it to be 5 alarm. I don't really like in between.
Yeah.
I know people have this assumption about me that all I read is smut. That is not true. I would say probably 90% of the books I talk about are smut, but that's just because I do read closed door romance or like even like YA. Like I actually really like YA romance because I think that it's like cute and wholesome, and usually that doesn't have any spice in it, or if it does, it's like a simple scene and then I skip over it because I don't want to read about 16-year-olds having sex. But I either need it to be like all like the door is all the way open, we're doing crazy things in the bedroom, or I need the door to be all the way closed and I know nothing. I don't want like 3 chili pepper smut.
Yeah, what's the point?
So like you just built me up for anticipation just for them to have vanilla.
Yeah.
Sex. No, thank you.
No thanks.
I prefer not.
Hello, Shauna. Christina has also linked the BookTube Bible, the sprinting spreadsheet. Thank you. Oh, and Lexi was on her last sprint, and Leslie just started. Nice. Hello. Welcome. Popping in to boop the like button, thank you, but also get some reading done. Hubby and I just got back from our traditional Valentine's Day dinner and movie. We saw the new Captain America movie. Nice. It was good. It was so good. I'm glad because I have thoughts about it. I'm not sure if I wanted to watch it or not because Marvel has kind of lost me. But I don't know. I was excited to see.
Marvel has also lost me. I'll just wait till it comes on streaming. I'm not going to pay to
get don't need to pay for that. And continuing with Hearts and Daggers. Lovely, 60%. Awesome. Hillary's up to bed. Good night. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. We'll still be here. Kelly is DNFing Pineapple Street. Can't seem to work up any empathy for rich people right now. Fair.
You know what, Kelly? I DNF'd a book today too. I didn't really talk about it, but I DNF'd The Deal by L. Kennedy. I just don't think L. Kennedy is for me. I read Good Girl Complex and Bad Girl Reputation by her, like because they're in the same like series or whatever. And I didn't love them. I gave them like 3 stars, I think, when I read them. Yeah. And I tried The Deal because it's hockey, and I did not care about these characters. Like, I did not care. Like, I did not care about the man. I did not care about the girl. I did not care about anyone. And, like, I need to care about someone.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a fair DNF. Kelly will be reading The Water Dancer instead. Nice. Jess read Love on the Horizon for a bonus prompt for Clue, which is a new to you author. Nice. I am sad to admit that I have not even submitted 1 bonus book this month. I just haven't been keeping up that quickly. I'm too slow.
The prompts drop quick. It's okay.
Yeah. I got to 73% of the wedding people. I'm heading to bed. Good night. Of course. I think I read this book. Sounds familiar. The wedding people.
It came out last year. Like it was a big book last year.
Yes, I did read this. I actually really liked it. I think it's queer. I think
it might be. It's on my list. I want to read it.
Yeah, I really did like it. I was just like thinking of the cover because the cover is really nice. I really like the cover.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, that was fun. Chrissy played Sims and watched TV. Lovely. Finished my book an hour ago and still have not found what I'm going to read next. Fair. Hello, Amy. Got to go. Oh no, there we go. Got to page 131 in Water Moon. The descriptions are beautiful and so imaginative. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Jamie is 19% in the book and weeded out my want to read folder on Goodreads. A Brittany inspired chore that is going to take a few sprints to finish. Her video did also inspire me and I want to do that as well. But I think I might do like a live video. That will take me some time.
It'll take some time. Honestly, Brittany was like, I have so many books on here, and then she made it like a 30-minute video. Like, and I was like, you've done so much editing to get this down.
Yeah.
Like you had to, like, and I don't say that like in like meanness. Like Brittany is my best friend, but like I was like, like I saw that it was only a 30-minute video, and I was like, how much editing did you do? And I watched, and I was like, bro, you really did the Lord's work.
Yeah.
With this video, because
there were lots on there. Kristen worked, ate rice and green beans, and now eating shrimp. Awesome. Got to 85%. Awesome. You might be able to finish in the next sprint. Pretty sure Phantasma is the next one that fits my prompt. Oh my gosh, I am so excited for you. As you know, this is on my favorites for Clue. So that is so exciting. You need to tell me everything.
I'm reading Phantasma for You Clean Out this month.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited.
It's the
we
next
need to sponsor about that too.
It's the next one. It's actually the next one on my list, so I will be starting it next week.
Okay. Very exciting.
When I start it, I'll let you know that I've started it.
Yes. Very good. I think you'll like it. I think it will be something you like.
I hope so, because I love Danny Phantom, and people are saying, like, so many people are saying that if you simped Danny Phantom like back in the day, that you'll love this book because he gives like Danny Phantom vibes.
Yeah, okay.
No girl love Danny Phantom. I don't know what kind of awakening Danny Phantom gave me, but I'm just saying.
Well, hopefully it fulfills that, because that would be nice.
I think it's gonna be fun.
Hello, Stephanie. If I'm at a pivotal moment in my book or really close to a stop point, I will 100% mute you. Yes, for sure. Got to be kind about things. Hello, Shonda. Started reading The Night Circus. So glad you are doing 24-hour sprints. Ready to finish some books. Heck yes. If it wasn't for chatty sprints, I couldn't entertain people in the comments and the clue chats by lovingly bullying Vanessa. Love it. Here for it. Everyone is here for it, I think. Vanessa has been summoned by me making a great decision to join the Stingers. I love that. You are never up this late. You were like awakened by this chat, probably. On Monarchs, I picked it because of the team bonus points. That's also why I joined the Stingers. It just suited what I was planning on reading in March. So yeah. That's I thought it would.
Stephanie, I'm also on the Monarchs. So. Let's go, girl. I'm just saying.
Instagram reacted applause to baked goods, and Vanessa told me Stingers do it better. There you go. May have enticed Brie and Nell. You know, you've got to put some influence out there in some way. Going to be reading a hockey romance so I can finish up a vlog. Nice.
Stephanie, I think, because I see her comment like later, but I'm just going to address it really quick.
Oh, okay.
I think because you said you're doing hockey romance for a vlog, we're doing the same thing. Ooh. And that is what I DNF'd the deal for. Because I was really going to try to push through it, but I got to like 20% and I was like, I can't push through this. And I'm the queen of DNFing. Like I can't tell people that DNFing is self-care and then not DNF, you know?
Yeah. You gotta do what you preach. Back to the show. Have fun sprinting and go Stingers. I like the Realmathon rep already. It's just overtaken everything. Goodbye, Vanessa. Thanks for popping in. Love the back and forth between you guys. It is quite hilarious. And yes, a happy birthday to Vanessa. I hope you had a wonderful day. Love it. According to Libby, I can read The Wedding People next year. Well, I guess that's how you know it's a popular book or your library has no copies of it. All right. I think we might go into what will be our last sprint, I guess, won't it?
Yeah.
What is it? 7.
So yeah, so it's I don't know what the conversion is for you. Okay, so for me, we would have 2 hour. No, we would have 1 hour and 15 minutes left.
Okay. Let's do an hour then, I guess.
Yeah, because we could do an hour. Because then, by then it will. So in an hour, it will be 1:47 for me.
Yeah.
And IFA will start at 2 a.m. for me.
Okay, cool. That gives us like
So
10,
sweet.
15 minutes. I was nearly at the end of the comments. Let's just quickly go.
We have time to go quickly. Yeah.
She did. She always pops up at the perfect time. I feel like that's Vanessa's best quality. Not her best quality, but like one of the best things about Vanessa. She just like pops in at the perfect time and it's so funny. Just started playing Dress to Impress tonight and I'm addicted. I love watching other people play this. Yes, I would so watch you play this, Sarah. Like, it's so funny. I want to do a video actually because I saw someone do it. Someone, like a big booktuber, do it, saying Dress to Impress chooses my reads. Who was that? Oh, it was so funny. Go Monarchs. Hello, Pam. Using the sprints to edit. Nice. I'm reading Daydream, and Neva is reading Pucking something.
Fucking sweet. But I'm probably gonna switch, and I don't know what audiobook I'm gonna listen to because I need to read House of Pain and Blood, but I don't want to get too far ahead of Margaret. So I'm gonna wait till she gets back up to read that. So I may just watch a show in the next sprint, to be honest, but my eyeballs need a break. So.
Good night. Yes, Christine. Alfie. Aoife. God. Every time. I swear.
When you look at it, it looks like Aoife.
Yeah, I know. Every time, like, I love that name so much. Like, it's one of my favorite names. But every time I look at it, I want to say Alfie. I don't know why. Just every single time. I'm just like, I ignore the O and just go to Alfie. I love that name though. And I've apologized to her so many times because I just do it every single time. Like, I know her name. But yes, we will see her in 77 minutes. Very specific. Thank you for linking everything, Christina. I think I should choose Neva and Brooklyn's reads for the rest of the year. They need to be depressed.
Oh no.
Chris is not allowed to give me recommendations.
I love you so much, but I'm gonna have to pass. And most of the reason is because I'm just afraid that first, the books you would give me would put me into a slump, and second, I would just be DNFing things, and then I'd feel bad.
Yeah. Chris would love that though.
I'm already depressed. I don't feel like I need to be more depressed.
Christina might be in bed. Good night. Thank you. Yeah, Pucking something. I mean, the amount of smut that's happening, they could
Listen,
that could happen.
The books, the full-length novels are Pucking Around, Pucking Wild, Pucking Sweet. And then the next one that we're getting later this year is Pucking Strong. Here's the thing: is it the Pucking Strong is what gets me because I can never remember what the word is in it. Yeah. Because like the rest of them, I feel like are just like so different than strong. Like we have Around, Wild, and Sweet, and then we get Pucking Strong, which is because it's male romance, but it messes me up.
Jean also didn't jive with Elle Kennedy either.
Yeah, I tried. I gave her 3 chances, and that's all she's getting from me.
Yes, no book recs from Chris if you want to be happy. Read the first Pucking Around and enjoyed that one. Definitely continue then.
I hope that you'll continue it, Stephanie. Also, if you ever want to talk about it, my DMs are open. I will always talk about pucking around. I should make that merch.
Yeah, you should.
You know how they have like the merch that says like extroverted to talk about books? I should
Yeah.
make extroverted only to talk about pucking around. Race.
This will be my first L. Kennedy book. The Mistake. Nice. Same.
Exactly.
Didn't need that. Oh no. Chris got some romance novels accidentally. Oh, but they were about grief and death, so that's okay.
Grief and death and finding love through misery? Absolutely not. Chris, I'm so glad that you read all the depressing books, so I don't have to.
Yeah, someone's got to review them.
Holy gods.
All right, last sprint, everyone. I'm sorry we've only done 2 sprints, but that's
it's fine. We only did 2 sprints on my channel too.
Oh, okay, then that's okay. Well, I'm sure there'll be longer sprints, like as the night gets later and later, because not as much chatting happens. But yeah. Anyway, we will see you soon. Happy reading. What do you mean it's gone? Hello. Okay, let's go. How did you go?
I did not read. I moved to where I was, so I can diamond paint in the when I go over to IFA.
Yep.
But I did not read. I took a break from reading and I just watched 90 Day Fiancé.
Nice. Lovely. I just got ready for dinner. And that was about it. Had a drink. Yeah, that was pretty much it. And I will continue Daydream a bit later on, hopefully. I just have been so used to reading on my Kindle that it's so hard to pick up a physical book and actually read it. I just in the spirit.
I told myself that I want to do at least one physical book a month.
Yeah.
Which is why Pucking Sweet has mostly been physically read.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do have it on my Kindle, so like earlier when I took like hot girl shower, I did read on my Kindle, but it's kind of a pain to like annotate on the Kindle and then bring the annotations over.
Yeah.
To
it's like reading it again.
So I was like, I don't think I would continue to do that. But
fair enough. Where were we? I did not star anything. I think we'll just go here. Stephanie got a catchy first line. Lusting after your best friend's girlfriend sucks. So guess that tells the plot. That is very telling of the plot. But I mean, that's good if you like that trope, then straight into it.
Right.
Jess headed off to bed. Thank you for joining us. Hello, Paul. How you doing? I've also linked Aoife's sprints here, and if you're in the playlist, then it should automatically play. Playlist is also linked down below and throughout the chat by lovely Christina. Catching up and finally stopping by to say hello. Hello. Hope you had some good sprints, or you're still going. Hope you continue to have good sprints, and hope you're doing well. Chrissy did no reading, was creating thumbnails on Canva. Lovely. I needed to do some serious filming, actually. I am behind massively. Stephanie got through the first 4 chapters of The Mistake. Have thoughts about how this author writes.
Yeah, Stephanie, that's actually my problem too, is like I think it's the way that Elle Kennedy writes that makes it so I don't care about her books.
Yeah, okay. Anything like what kind of thing about her writing? Like just plainly?
Yeah, like she just doesn't make me care about her characters.
Yeah.
And like if I'm going to read a book, like I mean, even Allie Hazelwood made me care about her characters. I just don't like the way she describes people.
Yeah. No worries, Mindy. Reading All Sinners Bleed, currently on page 95 of 338. Lovely. Jamie got to 28% in my book and deleted a couple hundred books. Oh my goodness. How many books have you got on your Goodreads shelf? Oh, wait, she just says it in the next line if I continue reading. Just approximately 500 books left to go through. Wow, you did have a lot then. Amazing. Very productive stuff then. With Amazon's policy changes, I've spent most of the week downloading my Kindle books and converting them so I can load them onto my Kobo. Yes, I did see your story about this, Neva, because I didn't know anything about it.
Usually, listen,
so it's scary.
I said it in my story and I'll continue to say it. At the end of the day, regardless of what ecosystem you're choosing to use, whether you're using Amazon or you're using Kobo or you're using something else, ultimately we don't actually own the books that we're purchasing. If they're it's just like with music or movies, If the
It's a
platform that you're purchasing digital items from decides to get rid of them, then they're just gone. Like that's just the way that it is. I also am not a person. I mean, I do read 90% of my books on my Kindle, but my Kindle is not like where books go like to live. Like it's not my main library like option. So if I do love books, which I do love a lot of them, I will buy them physically. I know that that's not feasible for everybody, but I do understand also that a reason for cracking down on this and making it so that you can't offload ebooks makes it harder to pirate. And Amazon's marketplace has had a huge issue. Like they had a huge issue in 2024 with indie authors having their books pirated. And then being resold, and then they were getting locked out of their accounts. So like to me, like if you're choosing to buy digital content, you just have to understand that it is ultimately just a lease. If you want to own it, you have like go purchase it
elsewhere physically, because that's why it's cheaper as well now. Like it is that little bit cheaper than buying.
They wouldn't be able to charge you as much for physical content if you owned the digital content.
As long as they don't get rid of the highlights that are connected to my Goodreads, I have no issues. Because I just realized, because I was really worried about deleting Kindle Unlimited books or like returning them and then my highlights being gone. So I had like every single one of the Gods of Legacy series still on there after I read it, and then all of Zodiac, and then I kept having to like delete a book here and there, and it got too full. So then I like did a little experiment, and it's fine. The highlights are all on my Goodreads. I figured it out.
I mean, I stopped ordering books from Amazon halfway through last year. But that's because every time I order books, like physical books through Amazon, they come they come damaged, and then I have to and it's a hassle. So I will say that I don't buy my physical books from Amazon. I will sometimes buy physical books from Walmart because it's the closest physical store to me that is also like discounted, like similar to like Target or whatever. But if I have the budget for it, then I just go to either Barnes and Noble, or I like online, or I go to the my local indie. So
it's hard because you don't want to support them, but then that's like sometimes the only option you have in your price range for books that are like ridiculously well, it's not ridiculous, like it is to keep that bookstore afloat or that author afloat or whatever. But yeah, Amazon needs to go down, but there needs to be something better to replace it first. Kristen took a shower, shaved her legs, and put on a lavender face mask. Nice. You're ready for the rest of the sprints. Posted your review and filmed a vlog clip. Amazing. Good night. About to turn in for the night. Did read Check and Mate by Ali Hazelwood, and I cared with that one. This one seems kind of blah. Fair. Do not trust Amazon not to censor material. That's why I'm downloading my material. Fair enough.
Which is fair, but again, they can't censor a physical book. Amazon doesn't have enough power to censor a physical book. So,
lots of them as well. Yes, same. Like cheap or free. Like that's my go-to as well. Recently bought a bunch at Target. Our car isn't working, so we can't go further to get books. Love half-price books. I wish we had that over here. Like I do shop at like op shops and secondhand places, but they have crap options. No one reads around here. Like why? All right, we've come to the end of the comments. Thank you guys so much. Have fun on Aoife's sprints. Thank you for Neva for including me and having me and being here with me. It's been lovely. So nice to chat with you. It's been a while.
It has.
So it has been good. But we will see you all over on Aoife's sprints. And thank you guys for watching and supporting me. Goodbye.